All right, let's go ahead and get started today. It's 9:02, and we'll start in on the third day of budget hearings. We're going to start with JP 1, Wednesday, June the 25th. Take it away, JP 1.
Well, good morning. I know you all have copies. My general budget mirrors last year. No change whatsoever. My tech budget and courthouse security budgets are larger than last year, but only in money that's available, not in anything expenditure-wise. You'll see there's more money in my contingency in those, but that's where the money was placed that is increased in the account. And those accounts increase based off percentage of fines that are coming in. So they're both larger than last year, but it's just because there's more money available in those because of the fines. So my general budget is exactly the same. If there's any change whatsoever, it's 100% the same.
So you're wanting to get part of yours back then?
So that's what I'd like to do now is take a little opportunity to talk to y'all a bit.
Here it comes.
First, I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for the job that y'all do. I know it's tough. I know it's tough for y'all to sit there. You've only got so much money to work with. Everybody's got needs and wants, but I appreciate the job that y'all do on a daily basis. I'm not telling y'all anything new. Cooke County is a fantastic place to live. It's a fantastic place to work. And the citizens of this county are fantastic to serve. And y'all all know that just as well as I do. But y'all are responsible for that too. It's also no secret that our success here in Cooke County is a large part of that success is due to our employees. And y'all are all shaking your head, and I know you agree with me. It is. So I'd like to take a minute to talk about our employees in a manner that's typically not been done as a discussion item at budget hearings, and that is regarding salaries and raises. I think it's only appropriate that I, as an elected official and department head, bring it up. Last year during budget hearings, in the deliberation, as y'all were working through the budget process, it was said that no or few departments asked for raises for their staff. I didn't. I left that entirely to the commissioner's discretion. I didn't ask for staff raises. And by doing so, I suppose I allowed my silence to reflect agreement. And I don't want to be guilty of that this year. It's been said numerous times for numerous years by all involved in the budget process that a salary study should be conducted to compare job descriptions and job functions to our salaries. I agree. A salary study does need to be done, and a plan needs to be formulated to address that situation. It was also said last year that a clerk is a clerk is a clerk. And I know y'all have already heard that said during your budget hearings this week. I expect you may hear it again. That was pretty offensive to clerks. Not all clerks are the same. Not all clerks are responsible for handling monies equating to thousands of dollars every day. Not all clerks are bound by confidentiality agreements. Not all clerks carry the title deputy clerk. And that needs to be considered. I think this salary study would consider it. I can tell y'all to say a clerk is a clerk is a clerk is not a fair statement. I can also tell you that that y'all have already heard that there's a current difference in at least one department clerk from another department, from the majority of clerks in their pay, somewhere over $10,000 a year. That is an issue. Gentlemen, that's an issue. I personally have lost a clerk to that difference, to that position.
Is it from your office to the sheriff's office?
Correct. I'm not here to say that all county employees are not important to the departments. Just the opposite. None of us could do what we have to do without our employees. Now, I want to be really clear that I recognize and appreciate all the county employees in their own right. You know, we've got to have our medics. We have to have our deputies. We have to have our road crews. We have to have our office staffs. None of us can function without them. They're all important in our own capacities. But the clerks are what I have, and that's what I'm trying to address with you. You know, we all face the problem of retaining our employees. I face it. I know you guys face it. Every one of us face it. And we all face the reality that our employees, eventually some of them go elsewhere because of pay. You know, we do work in a, like I said, it's a fantastic place. And I appreciate it. But our employees still have to live here and work here, and they all have family budgets that they have to maintain. So salary ends up becoming a factor. And remember, they can go into the private sector or elsewhere, and those salaries are grossly different, then we stand to lose our employees and have a retaining problem. Y'all know that. I'm not telling you anything that you're not having to deal with on your own either. It was also implied in open commissioners court meetings recently that employees' raises this year are in jeopardy. That was said before we even started working on our budgets. That was said before preliminary budget hearings had started, before knowing how much income we're going to have, how much income the county's going to have versus versus how much our budgets are going to be and what our various expenses are going to be. Gentlemen, although not intended, that affects morale whenever things like that are said premature, in open. Everybody's already like, well, there it goes. That affects morale. That affects retention. So what I'd like to ask the Commissioners Court to do is to please put some effort and some backing into a salary study. Let's develop a long-term plan so that we can long-term retain our employees that make us so successful. In the meantime, I realize that's not something that can happen overnight, but we've got to start. We have to start someplace. If we can start that, and then work towards it. Make it a commitment, work towards it, that'd be good. In the meantime, I ask that y'all use your wisdom. Find a way to maintain cost of living adjustments for employees until that plan can be developed and implemented. Again, please try to find a way to retain our greatest assets, and that's our employees. So, thank you for listening to me. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions or address anything that y'all might have.
I do appreciate your words, Jody. I'm as guilty as anyone when it comes to talking about shortfalls in the budget and everything this year, and the things you said. And I take to heart what you say there. So I appreciate saying that, and I know that employees of the county will also appreciate that too. Thank you very much.
Well,
Anybody
I
else
know
have any-
nobody means anything negative by it, but they
Exactly.
say, when things like that are said, it's just said, but it,
It's not negative at all, that's
it's,
just,
it's, sometimes it's taken different than it was intended as well, so. Anybody have any questions?
anybody have anything, or do you have anything else for us?
No, I can tell you that, I'm happy to tell you that 2 years ago I came to y'all, with the need of another employee. I came to y'all with projections. That first year's projection that I had presented to y'all came in $6,000. That hit it almost exact, the projections did. The second year, we have far exceeded those projections. So, the growth is here, it's coming. We're busy. I did 46%. Make sure I'm not saying an improper number. Did 41% increase in felony warrants last year. I'm just using this as an example. Last year from the year before, I did 41% more. I issued total 69 felony warrants. This year to date, as of right now, I've already issued 57. So we're just half through the year, felony warrants. Our felony magistrations have increased 50% or more. I know this year. Our traffic cases were up 36% last year from the year before. Our troopers, and if still doing is forecasted, we're going to have more. So we got more troopers coming, so we're going to have more. We're going to have more of a lot, and that's okay. It's all good for the county. It shows our growth. It shows our importance. So we are hopping. It's a busy place. But I did want to share that, we did meet. We've actually exceeded those projections that we utilized for that position.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joey.
Thank you all.
DPS. Can't believe they sent you over, Mike.
Sorry, Michael, I'll get out of your way.
Joella. I thought chances of getting something would be a lot better. Was she ill today? Oh, okay.
Thank you,
Poor
Joey.
timing then, huh? Come on up, Mike.
All right. All ready?
Yes, sir. You go
My name
ahead.
is Mike Linnell. I'm employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety. I've been a trooper here for 30 years. And I'm speaking for my sergeant, Sergeant Ryan Molesby. He's not here today. And I'll be brief. Cut to the chase. I spoke with Sergeant Molesby about this, about our budget. I think basically it's the same as last year. I've looked at the numbers. But to cut to the chase, like Judge Henry mentioned, our chain of command is looking to get us more troopers. In other words, a 14-man station. Right now we have 8 troopers with 1 vacancy. And so we have that vacancy to fill, and we're going to get 4 more in addition to that. So with the construction that we're dealing with right now, there's people are doing dumb things out there, and our caseload is skyrocketing. So to get 5 more troopers up here, and for Joella, my sergeant's administrative assistant, to handle that caseload is tremendous. So she handles a tremendous amount now. My sergeant handles a tremendous amount because the state is increasing their technology load, and more responsibilities for us as troopers out on the side of the road. So it increases his job load, which increases Joey's job load. And so the more troopers we get, it could be overwhelming, maybe even to the point it might need another secretary. But I think, bottom line, she needs a pay raise. I think that would be an incentive to keep her, because if we don't have her, it takes us off the highway. And so, in effect, the taxpayers are suffering. So we work for the taxpayers, and we're service to them. So the more troopers we keep out there with you guys, you know how it works. So, so in a nutshell, that's basically why I'm here today, is to seek a pay raise for Joella. She deserves it. She's great at her job. She has a sweet personality. Everybody loves her. She keeps us going, and she's fixing to take on a tremendous amount more with the more troopers we have coming in, probably after September 1st.
Did you say sweet personality?
She has a sweet personality.
I'm kidding, I love you both.
She is a sweet woman. Good
Well,
woman.
all the troopers do too, have that sweet
Oh,
personality.
yeah, well, she keeps us in check. Sweetness. So. Gotta have a soft spot somewhere.
What do you attribute the increase in troopers to? They,
The amount of, like Judge Henry mentioned earlier, the amount of cases we've been making as far as felonies, DWIs, the construction has been huge. So
okay,
the walls, as narrow as they are, leaves less room for error. So people on their cell phones and speeding, you know how it is. They're crashing,
yeah,
and they overcorrect, and it just shuts the whole system down. And everybody just, it's a chain reaction event as far as the crashes we're dealing with. So the crashes they're big events, and so they're creating more open records requests. And Joella takes care of all those open records requests, and so she's got to gather all the, all our DVDs, all the reports, everything associated with that crash, submit that to an attorney in a timely manner. And she may have 6, 7, maybe 10 a day, but that's how many crashes we're working. But to answer your question, it's ultimately because of the crashes and just the caseloads. We've been making more cases, drug cases.
I kind of figured you were going to go in that direction there. I haven't driven on the interstate between here and Valley View for months, literally. I either go 51 or Old Denton Road,
Yes.
and I just stay off that interstate because
Oh, it's a game
exactly what
changer.
you're saying.
It's super dangerous, and it's almost hourly now.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
my job has, over the course of 30 years, since they started construction, the last 2 years, I work harder now than I ever have. So when you check on, you better be ready, because there might be 2 or 3 crashes waiting on you. A lot of times I'm the only trooper out.
Yeah.
And so we need the help. Our chain of command recognizes it. So it's about to be a tremendous amount of work laid on my sergeant and Joella, this administrative system. So that's the reason why I'm asking for it to be compensated for that extra load.
So Shelley, is that the agreement we have with the state? We provide their secretaries?
Yes.
Will that give you 12 troopers up here or 13?
We're looking to have 14 total.
14 total?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
We have 8 now.
Almost doubling.
You worried?
You what?
Are you worried?
As long as they stay on this side of the county, no.
I remember the days when there was just 3,
Oh, yeah.
maybe 4.
And you're supposed to look up something for me too. I still think I have the speed record between Gainesville and Valley View. back in 65 or so. Look that up sometime and see.
I think it still holds.
Okay.
I think we have a
It
plaque.
was
on the
George
wall.
King, that's how far
Oh,
back
man,
it
yeah,
was.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Back during those days of legends.
yeah.
That's
Well,
it.
okay, thank you,
All right,
Mike.
thank
Anybody
y'all very
else have
much.
anything for Trooper
Thank you, Mike.
Linnell? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank y'all
much.
very much.
Oh, no, now we get to talk to Stormy. Come on up.
I'm here.
And you've already told me you're gonna give most of yours back, so.
Hey, I'll tell you this, I'll give everything I got to Joella. Cause
There
she
you
helps
go.
me just as much as she helps them a lot more. But hey, anytime I need something, or if I need to file a case with the DA's office, she is there to help me every time. You know, she helps those guys tremendously, and I see that. And, you know, I wish I could sit up here like Mike and say, hey, I got 2 more game wardens coming to this county. That's not happening. We are getting some new game wardens across the state after September, but they probably won't be coming here. And this county justifies at least 2. Phone rings all the time. It's been ringing since I've been in here. So she helps me a ton, and she'll stop whatever she's doing for them to help me, because I'm better looking, I guess. I don't know. But nonetheless, hey, that's one cool chick right there, and I'd go to bat for her. And my department don't pay her nothing. I'm on my own, right above them, and I kind of stay in my own lane. But she's always willing to help me. So that being said, I'm here just to make sure y'all know that I'm not a ghost. Everybody thinks I'm a ghost. I try to stay off the pavement. That's why my work truck is pretty well white. But I go to the river, spend a lot of time up on the river. And then this time of year right now, I'm on Ray Roberts. Of course, Ray Roberts, we've only got just a snippet of it within the county, but it keeps me pretty busy. A lot of the stuff I write down there goes to JP5, Judge Oglesby down in Denton County. But that being said, hey, we're busy. Had a busy Memorial Day weekend for me on Ray Roberts. We had game wardens from El Paso coming to help us because in my district, Tarrant County, Denton County, Cooke County is one district for us. That includes Lake Lewisville, Lake Grapevine, Ray Roberts, and I've got Ray Roberts by myself. There's 5 game wardens on Lewisville. So coming up next week, we've got 5 game wardens coming in from Laredo, El Paso again, Amarillo. They're coming in to help us on these lakes because Ray Roberts is getting busy. Like y'all said, all this stuff is moving up here. It is what it is. I wish we could stay stuck back in 1975, but we're not.
Storm,
Yes, ma'am.
do you deal with dead deer on the side of the road?
No, that's y'all's deal.
Because there was one last week on 922
Yes, ma'am.
on the coming into Cook, the long bridge
Mhm.
from Grayson into your into Cook.
Yes, ma'am.
The first bridge over Lake River.
I saw it.
There was, yeah, and I didn't know.
So the sheriff's office normally calls me. Somebody will call 911 and say, hey, we hit a deer. If that deer is dead, then I just leave it off the side of the road. If I'm out working, I'll go to the scene if I need to, but normally it's the troops that handle that stuff as far as a wreck, and they don't do much with that either. It's just part of being in a rural county.
Okay, I didn't know if you.
But as far as dealing with the carcass and stuff, buzzards and worms got to eat too, as far as I'm concerned. So that being said, I don't do anything with them.
Okay.
And I get calls from the city of Gainesville. Their dispatch calls me all the time on them and stuff like that. Had one yesterday about a dead pig, but if it's still alive, I'll go dispatch it. And then some of the troopers, like Pat, he's good at putting something down if he gets there before I do, or if I'm not working. So, but no, ma'am, the SO calls all the time about them being hit, and that's just part of being in a rural county. So,
Well, I passed it several days and then it started getting bloated.
yeah,
So
yeah, it'll be gone here before long.
It's gone.
And if it's too big of a problem, you know, I'll try to call Tech Stock myself and have them come pick it up, or the county will do that sometimes, so.
Yeah, if they're on the county roads, usually we won't mess with deer, because the coyotes will get them, but if it's a cow or a horse or something,
Yes.
we'll go bury it.
Sure. So what we've got right now is this whole chronic wasting disease deal going across the state, and we've been advised to leave deer alone. If, you know, phone's ringing 3 or 4 times a week on baby deer right now. It's that time of year, people are picking them up and taking them home, and that's against the law. We don't want to move deer with this chronic wasting disease. We don't have that here, but we've been advised to leave them be. So, you know, if somebody wants to pick them up and take them to the dump, put them in compost, that's fine. I don't mind that. But a lot of, you know, we're still pretty rural, and a lot of folks, hey, I just hit a deer, I want to take it home. I don't let them. I don't let them. Used to, I did a long time ago, but now the last thing I want to do is get sued civilly for somebody getting sick. They're not going to get sick from eating a deer that got hit by a car, but they might. So here we go. It's just a whole snowball effect. And I'm a beef guy. If somebody hits a steer on the side of the road, I'm not going to take it and clean it and put it in my freezer. So I don't expect somebody to do that with a deer either. But anyway, I try to handle that accordingly, so without passing the bill too far. So, but
I thought I had your number and I don't, and so last week, meaning to get in contact with you and the week got away.
yes, ma'am.
And it's gone now.
So, no, hey, we're just busy on the lake, trying to get through that. On September 1, that means dove season starts. That's my favorite time of year.
Me too. Holiday.
I do not like boats and I don't like water, but it's part of it. I
Really?
don't. No.
You,
Hate.
kind of the wrong career.
Nah. It was 12 years on Lake Louisville that got me to hate boats.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm with you. I'd have
I don't
joined the
blame you.
Navy if I'd.
Yeah. It also set a discourse on people too. Part of it. So,
Whole different crew.
different crew. Yeah. I'm glad to be in Cooke County. I know that. I'll be here for a while.
If livestock gets hit on the road or anything like that, do you ever get called, or is it primarily DPS that does?
I do get called. So my phone number's online. You can Google any game warden in the state, and you're going to get it. You Google Cooke County Game Warden, boom, there, and that's the only cell phone I got. I don't carry two like a lot of guys. Yes, sir. I've had to put down a couple of horses. Yeah, they'll call and I'll go handle that. But yeah, I do. Yes, sir.
So just to answer your question, shows, another question. A lot of times, we just call text out, and come out, and they're gonna front end loader, dig a hole right in their spot, bury their animal,
Okay.
and nobody claims you for sending it loose.
Well, you know, it's been several years ago, but right there by Cooper's on the interstate, they had a crossover. Woman had hauling a couple of horses, and the horses got killed, of course, and they buried them right there. And then several years ago, that long stretch, just as you're leaving Cooke County on 51 South, there was a woman killed. They ran underneath a big black Angus bull.
This one was stuck between the guardrail, the T-post and guardrail, so its head was through, but the rest of the body was on the shoulder.
Half is in the shoulder, half is
And
in
then
the
that
guardrail.
belly kept getting.
It popped this week.
Of course, nobody owns most of those cattle that get hit on the, I mean,
Absolutely not.
they're just wild,
Just
roam the
free range.
free range.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
We have that in Cooke County. We got free range.
We do.
Yeah. If they get hit by a car, they'll have to claim
That's
something.
exactly, not mine, I've never seen, no. Never seen that one before.
Absolutely, it's a fake.
Oh, well. Thank you, Stormy. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
any questions for
I
us?
don't,
or-
hey, unless y'all
Okay.
have anything else for me, I'm golden. I appreciate y'all very much.
Thank
And,
you.
and will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all of you.
Thank you. Be careful, guys.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. You gotta go work. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Auditor, see if you can make it as entertaining as the,
No, I can't.
okay.
I was gonna stop, throw a rope on here and pull it up. My budget, I've increased subscriptions because the newspaper yearly subscriptions have gone up. I decreased mileage. I increased conference because, Gabrielle's, taking a very good interest in purchasing, and she's attending quite a few conferences. I decreased my machinery equipment, bond for next year's re-equipment, and that's it. Non-departmental, I put in the $300,000 for retirement. Our rate has significantly decreased for this next year, and our percentage of unfunded has increased. We're like 97 if we keep the 300,000 in. Probably going to have to readjust the code of officials liability when the invoice comes in, but that ain't come in until later, closer to when we start approving the budget. All the insurances have
Yeah.
increased. Like, even I put a 5% increase for property for this year, and it still went over. So, all the insurances, regardless of health or liability or auto, is increasing like crazy. Because I know at least 2 of the commissioners had to do a budget amendment for their liability insurance.
Okay.
I think for the health insurance, HRA, that number I think is 94,000, but it also depends on which insurance, plan you'll go with, so I haven't put anything in for it. And that's retirees, the number now, retirees. I reduced the furniture and fixtures this year. The sheriff's office bought new furniture for the Justice Center, and so I've reduced that. I emailed y'all the preliminary appraisal district budget, but I haven't put that in yet because I don't know what the file number would be. I haven't, put in a number yet for the rent line, which is where we're paying for the, fiber optic lines for the radio system, the one that goes to Denton and the one that up in Woodbine. So I have to put that in yet. And I haven't put anything in for any capital. I know in maintenance budget, there are some things that need to be put in here, but I didn't put it in here yet, depending on if y'all agree to the asks. The jury budget's the same.
What did you base that on, the jury budget? Just
It's just the same.
the same, okay.
It's the same repeat every year.
So even though we're gonna have visiting judges a
Well,
lot,
that doesn't mean we're gonna call a jury.
pardon?
That doesn't mean we're gonna call a jury.
Okay, so it should be still about the same amount of, okay,
Yeah, I just put it the same.
okay.
Farm to market, I just put the same, not much is spent on farm to market. Permanent improvement, the distribution of the records management money. The county used to get $22.50, and the county clerk got $2.50. Well, now the county clerk gets it all. And so based on how much we have left that's in the county records management, that's what we pay for the shredding and the permanent storage boxes. Debt service, we've paid off our loan, but I still continue to put in, fiscal fees in case the bank for servicing, whatever, charges fiscal fees. Law library is the same, they got a new, Thompson West subscription, so that I increased the subscription line for that. The historical marker money is the same, that there's no revenue that goes into this fund, and so if they spend, all the money for a marker, then that fund's done. The Lake Ray Roberts Department is the same, except for, legal notices, I increased to $750. I think the county's the general fund budget's been paying for those. I did send the budget over to Kathy and Amber just to say, here, that this budget needs to be used instead of non-departmental. But so far, nothing's been out there. And that's all I have for my stuff.
Did you want to say anything about fees and any of that? Okay. Seems like I had one other question for you. If we had a multiple day jury trial with a visiting judge, we would be responsible for housing and meals and all of that.
Well, they drop in every day.
Understand, but if we had to bring one in from out of county someplace,
Well, they don't usually, I think Wichita Falls is the farthest we've had a district judge come from,
okay,
which is drivable.
so they still plan, okay. All right then, anybody have any questions for Shelley?
Not at this point.
Okay, did you have any questions for us? I did have one other question too. We mentioned insurance yesterday. Did you want to say something? Are we going to need to make a decision on insurance sometime before next court, or?
We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
It has to be done by July 3rd, otherwise tax.
Right.
Be held over the paperwork.
Do we want to go ahead and set a,
You already have.
We said
Did that yesterday,
when?
July
Tuesday.
2nd.
Chelsea wrote it all down.
Oh, is it?
Chelsea got it all
Okay.
down yesterday.
At 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I think they were doing
10 o'clock on the 2nd?
Yeah, you said the date and everything, so
Okay,
Tuesday.
just wanted to make sure.
I got it wrote down, but it's on my.
All right then, next up is me. And I'll make it real quick. There's basically no change from last year. If anything, I would like to send Chelsea to some schools, but we'll work that out as the year goes by. We'll go ahead and plan for it right now. But does anybody have any questions for me?
You'll need to put some conference money in there if you're gonna send her.
Well, don't know that we're going to yet, though. That's just it. I'd kind of like to see what we have before I commit.
I will make a statement that, the $2,000 deductible that we budget for employees, we have not paid since last October. Blue Cross Blue Shield had some issues, and so they're taking care of the $2,000 deductible, so our first payment since last year is for April. So we got about a 6-month reprieve on that $2,000, and that we don't, end up spending
got lucky.
Been good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Judge,
Yes.
I think you're going off the old schedule.
Say again.
Going off the old schedule. Chelsea's revised it. Good news. Good news. It says that. Wait. They rescheduled some of them.
I believe you're right. Is that, Pam, are these the same that we got, I got this
Well,
one?
what I gave you is what Chelsea has given me. I think she did make some changes.
Yeah.
That she did.
Okay,
This one?
Yes.
He's got the one Chelsea gave me, and that's what he got this morning, so it might be different than what she
You need this one?
no, I've got, Matt just gave me this one here, that's fine. But thank you. Well, all right, I went instead of maintenance, but I didn't take too much of your time, Rick. We weren't gonna give you much time anyway, so come on up. Okay,
So I appreciate it. First, we'll look at just the line items on the budget, on my budget. And then we have some projects that we need to look at. All of the ones that are in yellow are a little bit of an increase in that dollar amount from last year. And, so, like the supplies line item, which is line item 300, I bumped that up a little bit. All of the vendors are telling me there's going to be a price increase for next year. And that supplies is what I buy, all cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towels, and that sort of thing. So I bumped that up a little bit. Also, contract services, everything goes up just a little bit. Burden pest control, same thing. They're anticipating a price increase. And then the main one I want to talk about is this line item 450, which is my building maintenance line item. We'd been putting 200,000 in that line item each year. And in an effort to reduce the budget if possible, I look back, and you can look back even on this sheet, the most we did was 2 years ago, which was 160,000. Last year was 155,000. So I bumped that back to 180,000 this year.
Mine
Short-
shows 1.8 million.
Well, there's no
Little
decimal.
typo.
On here?
Yeah. Mine shows 1.8 million.
Well, I mean, I'll take that.
That was my next question.
Probably could give you some of it back at the end of the year.
Probably
Is
a
it
typo.
highlighted in green?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Chelsea just didn't put the point zero zero.
Yeah, mine's
I guess.
180.
So this is just 180.
It's got 0.00. It's 1.8 million. Yeah, because that's when I seen it. I'm like, cool.
Oh, she did, because that's what I.
I figured it's supposed to be 180 since it was green.
Okay. You're
So-
good.
Okay, so the point is, this year already, we're creeping up on 200,000 this year. I had to transfer, I did it a couple of weeks ago, 50,000 from line item 350, just so we can make it through this year. And we have had a rash of air conditioning issues already this year, and it ain't got hot yet. So I'm running scared on that 180,000 for next year. I don't know if it, of course, who can predict when something's gonna break, you know, that's the issue. But, if I had to do over again, I'd leave the 200,000 in that line item. But if you go back to recent history, we've never done more than 160, so I don't know. I don't know
Does it
what
need to
we
be changed? I mean,
I'd rather it be 200,000. That's what I'd rather it be. Because everything's going up. Of course, replacing air conditioner units don't come out of that line item. This is for repair. This is when we call HVAC, electricians, plumbers, all of the materials that we buy. That's what comes out of that line item. So that's that. I reduced machinery non-capita. Really, we're gonna need a couple of vacuum cleaners this coming year. That's about all I'll need there. Reduce the miscellaneous. That's my budget itself. Any questions about it? We'll move to these projects that have been requested. So Jennifer talked to us yesterday about, talked to y'all yesterday about the things that she wants for the library and the two changing tables and the drinking fountain. And I've got those put in there. Then on the EMS 2 and Rice Avenue, that has an air conditioning unit that's still R22. That's probably the original one. As far as I know, it's the original one from when that building was built in '05. And it's been an excellent unit. Doesn't give a lot of trouble, but it's starting to show its age, and we're going to need to replace it. And then the old EMS station, just the frame building that sits north of the bays. It has masonite siding on it, and siding rotten and falling off of it. The fascia boards are gone, and soffit. It all needs to be replaced. You're looking at $20,000 to replace that. That's another one of those questions that kind of looms out there. Are we going to keep that building? But we're going to keep it one more year. We need to fix that. It's getting bad. It's falling apart. That's for that. And then what's not on this sheet, EMS is, I don't have any numbers on it yet because it's sort of a problem we don't know how to fix. When they back their ambulance in the bays at all of the stations, except for Station 1. That ambulance has been out on the road and it's 200 degrees when they back it in there. It's hot in that. And they're wanting some ventilation in there. They're even talking about maybe some of these huge, like 8-foot large fans in there to circulate air in that bay. And I don't have a number on that. I'm not even sure. We may need to get somebody to do an assessment on it to see what kind of ventilation we need in there. But I do know it's a problem for them, and it's I just want them to know that I'm not just turning my back on it, but I don't really know how to fix the problem. That's part of the issue. Typically, they would leave the door open for a while, but now they're saying they've got some people walking in there if they leave the door open. So,
is there room to put like a 3-foot exhaust fan up there and
it's
suck the air out?
It's kind of, unless you put it through the roof, it's kind of tight. If you try to put it in a gable, we put a small exhaust fan in Station 2 that did help some, but they're still saying that the problem still exists for them. Now they plug the ambulance in, so it's not sitting there running while it's in there. So it's not an exhaust issue. It's just temperature. It's hot, especially in the summertime. And then you've got a 4-inch wall between that bay and the living quarters, and that ramps up air conditioning problems. It's just a problem that I'm sorry I don't have a number for it, but we're going to have to investigate. Hopefully, maybe we can find out the right people to talk to and try to get some kind of pricing on it before the end of the budget term here. So, any suggestions y'all have, or anybody that we can call would help me try to figure out who. I get the same guy that put the vent in there, but all he said is, "Oh, I can get you, 2-foot bent or 18-inch bent or whatever you want, put it in there. But as far as any diagnosing the problem and trying to properly size it, you just put a bent.
Are we getting anywhere on the problem with the water going under the walls? We done anything with that?
Thought that was fixed. I think that problem's fixed.
Okay.
The issue is that the bay floor is the same level as the
Right.
living quarters. And, but we've gone in there and of course it's metal inside the bay. And, it's not a sheetrock wall or anything, it's metal inside the bay. So we've put a piece of flashing down there and put a really good silicone type caulk on it to try to seal that up. Of course, the issue there, if it's raining, back of the ambulance in there and it's dripping water, or if it's got snow on it or something, it's dripping
Right.
water, the water running under the wall. And,
That don't work, maybe
all those bays,
epoxy.
I'm sorry,
So if that doesn't work, maybe put a strip of epoxy down
right,
around each side to kind of, and make it come up on the,
right, exactly.
Splash
Yeah, we
board.
can, and I haven't heard any, that, it hasn't been an issue in a while. Since we did that, it hasn't been an issue, so I
Good.
think we've got it fixed for now. That's gonna be an ongoing problem. All those bays, just for future, all the bays need to have a slope and a floor drain on them. They all need a
You
floor
need to
drain.
have a lip in them between it and that room.
Need to step up at least, typically you don't want a 2-inch step, you want a 6-inch or 8-inch step, you know. That's what they need, all of them. And other than that, that's all I got. So, any questions on here?
Anybody else?
Appreciate you letting me come this morning.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody else have any questions for maintenance?
I will say this right quick. The sliding door at the library, myself and Brian, Games of Glass, got down there and we adjusted the speed of that door to be as slow as it'll go. So that when the door starts to open, if you're there, you have a little bit of time to react, to get out of the way. Part of the problem was when somebody walked up to that door, the thing would open fast. You didn't have time to react. Now it's on the slowest setting that it can go on.
So where that door comes open, can we put like a stanchion or something there to keep the kids from getting against that window? To
Well,
keep them
we
from
looked-
getting in there?
We looked at that, and you can't put anything, well, we shouldn't put anything permanent because that is emergency egress. So if you put something there that can't be pushed out of the way, then you eliminated your emergency egress. If there's a fire and electricity goes off, you can't get out.
So that as the door slides open, that's emergency egress on the side that slides?
Both of them are. Both. So there's like 2 panels.
Right.
One slides past the other. And both of those panels, if you hit them, they'll hinge open. So you would have the moving door for egress if you did it that way. What we're proposing to do is what's happening is when the door opens, there's a space between the fixed glass and the moving door. And the kids are up there, they put their hands on the glass, and they're looking outside. We're going to black the glass out so they can't see outside in the lawn. And then we're going to put a weather stripping, for lack of a better word, on the back of the glass that goes all the way up to the fixed glass. So when it comes open, if you've got your hand in there, you can push it back. Instead of what's happening is their hand's up there, the door comes up on their arm. That's what's happening. Of course, it's happened 8 times in 15 years or something. but once is too much, I understand that. But, we also adjusted the pressure, so every door has a pressure sensor. If you put so much pressure, it stops. We adjusted it to as weak as we could.
Like a garage door to,
Like a garage door, yeah, right. Even that, it's pretty strong. You had to push on it pretty hard before it stopped.
Also, to add to Rick's budget, I had sent out, but it was earlier in the year, beginning July 1st, our deductible on our property insurance is $10,000. So, if we have anything like the plaster falling off over here, then
10,000 before it kicks in.
yep. So anything under 10,000 to repair will be coming out of his budget. But we can't anticipate accidents or
Right.
storms or whatever, but just keep that in mind that if it's under 10,000, then it's yours to fix.
Which makes me want to lobby for the 200,000 in that line item.
Noted.
One other thing, they're supposed to be starting the awnings at the juvenile probation today.
Good.
I haven't talked to them yet, or I don't know, they told me they'd be there today. Thank you, gentlemen.
Did you look at that out of the sheriff's
I'm
office?
gonna get them to look at it, and I haven't, I'm not there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Right on time, emergency management, fire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'd like to start on the 407 line, which would be emergency management.
Everybody just so we know who all's here and you get credit for it, just stand up and tell us who you are.
Lost Lake Fire Department, Charlie Rochelle.
Dog King, Assistant Chief of CASA Fire Department.
Carla Moody, Cooke County Liaison, Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Shane Riley, Chief Anira, Keith, the real boss Anira.
Yeah, nobody
Mayor
knows
Vera.
Keith, so.
Good. And when I get to the fire department side, I'll kind of give my short part and turn it over to them for their input.
Good.
On the emergency management side, I'd ask for $5,000 for additional help or extra help in line 107. That's in anticipation of the storm shelter grant program. And so the question was, do you put it in now and then that money that will be administrative fee we are awarded by the shelter program would reimburse that, or do you just wait and make it zero right now and just put it in later whenever it comes time? That's a decision I can't make, but that's what that was anticipating or trying to get, was to bring an intern in to be able to help out with that program. Cell phone allowance, pretty self-explanatory there. To probably go away, if my understanding, if the county then purchases that work cell phone that we're anticipating. Mr. King rightfully decided that, and I think it's a great idea to have a work cell phone, not his personal number. And so we'll transfer all the contacts out of mine into that new phone, and that number will go along with that phone and stay here. I'll get a new number, and I'm looking forward to that. Supplies, $1,000, that's pretty standard, what we've always done. Postage, $400. Most of that's mailing mosquitoes, any other stuff that comes up, maybe possibly some fire evidence or some things to do if a case comes up with a fire. Fuel, $3,000, that's pretty standard. Vehicle maintenance, $1,200. So we're 2 years old now, and it's holding up great, but probably we'll need tires next year would be my guess, so that'll help cover that. Subscriptions, that's primarily Code Red. Telephone, $1,000, that covers the two hotspots we have, AT&T and Verizon, that we keep handled if we ever need it. The radio and communications, $7,500, that's anticipatory amount for any maintenance issues that come up with the towers, the repeaters, anything that's not covered by warranty that has to be repaired. So, conference expense, pretty much every year, the same amount. County safety program, $1,000 to help with anything broadly safety related for the entire county, all the different offices to keep safety forefront, so we can hopefully keep our loss rate down on our insurance. And then miscellaneous is $1,500, which again goes to cover just about anything else that comes up. That's the emergency management side. Do you have any questions about that?
You think that the conference would be enough with him needing to go to some news conferences and stuff, or?
There's just one a year.
Okay.
And so that generally is enough to cover, it's in Fort Worth, so it's not as bad as it could be. And with the county vehicle, saves a lot on mileage. So that should be plenty.
It's getting dry pretty quick out there, isn't it?
It's normal. I mean, it's this time of year. The rain's going to shut off. If we're lucky, we'll get one or two more good ones, and then we'll get dry, through July and August, and hopefully one here and there will keep us through.
You got enough money in for your code red?
As far as I know, yes.
That new contract?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I think it went down or stayed the same, and they added some features. So that's enough to cover it at least.
You say your vehicle maintenance, you said 1,200?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's showing 1,000 on here.
We penciled it, well, I've got a mark in there that shows it was 1,000, I think, and then it went to 12, and I'm not sure where that.
You have 1,000 on your hand.
Okay, on my hand written up here though, there's another 2 added there for the 1,200 over the 0, so.
So it should be 12.
I would appreciate that, yes. I think, like I said, for a start of a set of tires and, I don't doubt it a bit, and somewhere along the line, I ended up being 2. I don't know why. Yes, probably, but maybe after we met, I don't know.
How's it going so far, Keith? Great. Good. Good.
On the fire side, if you are ready to move on, supplies 600 again, same as last year. Radio and communications, and I will let the firefighters refer to this one. That's 35,000. That's for one 700 megahertz radio per department. Conference expense, back to just us, is 17.5, and then training's 1,500. I think between both of those, he'd be able to get the training he can get in this year. We've already worked on registering him for the fire investigator class at Collin County, and we'll pay for that out of this year's budget. Try to do as much as we can out of this year's budget to get ahead of it, and then that way we'll have a little more in there that he can get a lot more training. Machinery cap and non-capital, $500. That's primarily for sensor, gas sensor components, the oxygen, the LEL sensors in the gas meter, individual sensors like that, or any other equipment that just happens to break or needs repaired or replaced or purchased. Equipment pagers, $2,000 for repair and upkeep of their pagers. We're under this year already, and that seems to be more than an adequate amount to maintain those. Firefighters as a whole, they've asked for $20,000 per department and $1,750 per run, which is an increase from last year, but that's what that total reflects based on the most recent year's run count plus what they would like to receive as a whole amount. And then Munsters is the same thing. Association dues, $140 a year. That's Texas in a chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. And the miscellaneous is $1,000. That just kind of covers everything else that might come up. The firefighters have asked for $20,000 per department, $17.50 per run. The $20,000 grant match that we have done in the past, I would definitely encourage continuing that. It's a very good thing that if they're going to get out there and really work hard to get a grant and it requires a match, then helping offset that can make all the difference for them being able to get the grant sometimes. So I think it's a great reward for their motivation to bring better equipment, newer equipment to the county as a whole. And then the 35,000 was for one 700 megahertz radio per department. So if you have some immediate questions for me, I'll be happy to try to answer them, and then I would prefer to give them the time to talk about what they want and why.
Are these Tate TM 9400, are they the dual band?
Sir?
Yeah. Or do band. Well, being the mobile, it might not be. It might be a single band.
They're single band.
Single band.
Yes. Because they've
So-
already got the VHF radios in their vehicles, so.
Okay, so it'd be in addition to what they have.
Yeah.
That would be my fear, is get, where you can't get on the ground channels.
No, that was the thought, was to put a 700 megahertz radio in there with the VHF they've already got, and that way they're broadly capable, and we're not spending the extra money when we already have the capability.
Okay.
Any other questions for emergency management? If not,
And I'll stand by if there
Yeah.
are any,
Let me-
turn it over to them if they'd like to talk to
What-
their.
what-
got one more question
One more,
here.
one more. Okay, so on the grant match, you said we have done this or haven't done this?
We continue to do that. It was, we started it, I don't know, 10 or 15 years, a long time ago. Yeah, and it was 10,000 for a long time, and about 3 years ago, I mean, it's been a few years ago, we upped it to 20 because, I mean, apparatus are costing double what they used to cost, and everything just costs more, so being able to help offset some of their costs for all their equipment that they're getting, and again, they can get 90% of it covered by the state or FEMA, and we can help cut in 5 or 10% to get that over the hump and save them the effort. I mean, they've already done a lot of effort just to get it, and so I think if you go around and see our equipment now compared to 20 years ago, it's amazing. We have some of the best equipped firefighters in the state.
1 year later, how's everything down at FRF?
You know, in big picture, going very well. Everybody that could be immediately helped to get them back to where they were. The roads, the debris, it has all been done, I think, a very good job there. The community has come together and really supported each other and done a good job. We've done what we can do. It honestly, I think, looks better down there than it did before the tornado now. That's not to discount the loss of life and the injuries, which were horrible, and you know, we can't fix that. But the things we can do, I think we've done a good job on. There are still some folks that need help. That's a challenge. The Long-Term Recovery Committee is still working with those folks to try to figure out how to help them the best they can. So I think that's where we're at. You know, we can't stop it, but we can do our best to help recover from it. And the other piece is to make sure people are prepared, and that's always a challenge.
Do you ever hear anything about that station down there?
My understanding is they're going to rebuild it bigger and better.
Okay.
They are.
Is that right?
They bought the
Okey-doke.
lots next door.
Do what?
They bought the 2 properties next door, so they
To the
can
north.
expand it to the north.
Okay.
Done.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
hearing me.
Thank
I'm
you.
Shane Riley with the Air Volunteer Fire Department. Just wanted to, for a moment, just kind of run through some numbers real quick, just to kind of give an idea of expenses as a volunteer fire department that we have. Most of these you probably know, may or may not. But on average, you know, these things aren't luxuries, they're necessities. Starting with insurance, liability, vehicle, apparatus, on average, a department can spend anywhere from $10,000 to $25,000 on insurance. At ERA, we fall on the lower end of that. We're around the $10,000 mark per year. Gear, PPE, that can range anywhere from $3,500 to $4,500 a set. You know, if you have anywhere from 15 to 20 members on your department, it adds up pretty quickly. SCBA testing and maintenance can range anywhere from $3,000 a year to $7,000 a year. And unfortunately, sometimes when budgets get tight at a volunteer department, that's one thing that you may end up saying, okay, we'll have to push that till next year. Hose testing, another one of those situations sometimes where, oh, hey, we've got to, if we're tight on budget, we may have to push this, and it's things that are important, but it can range anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000 a year. Fuel cost for your apparatus can range anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 a year. We kind of fall in the middle there, maybe the lower end of that in Europe. Training costs, $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Utilities at your station, on average, you'll spend $3,000 to $6,000. Electric bill, internet bill, gas bill. Radios, pagers, probably don't need to tell you guys. You know what those things cost. We've been discussing that for a while, but anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000, $7,000, depending on what you're getting. And then your software, like our I Am Responding or Active 911, can range anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 on average. I Am Responding for us is a little bit lower than that because of our call volume, so we're around the $500 range from that. In ERA, last year, our expenses alone, before the county contract, offset grants and stuff, we were right at $72,000 for expenses, to give you an idea. So we, fortunately, we offset that with fundraisers and contract with the county and things like that. I've heard it said the difference between a volunteer firefighter and a paid firefighter is the first word. And so the dedicated funds you help us with kind of help us get to that point of being able to maintain those things. So we appreciate everything you guys do for us. Contract. Any questions for me?
Let me put in a plug for you, by the way. 4th of July, you can go ahead and advertise that if you wish to.
Yeah. 4th of July, on July 4th, fireworks show. Come on out, choreographed to music, great show, hamburgers, hot dogs. KGAF's going to be there this year to simulcast the radio, the music, so hope to see everybody there. Absolutely. One of our, so real quickly on that, if I may, we started that event. It wasn't a fundraiser. It was two things: to give back to the community and to try to bring people there to stop fires happening from the fireworks. Come watch us do it instead, right? And it's still that. Our goal with that is not to make a ton of money. It's we raise money through sponsors to help offset the costs. I don't know if you guys know it or not. Those fireworks are not cheap, and we're licensed to shoot them. We have a professional shooter on site that does it. So anyway, I'm not professional, but I do have my license. Any questions?
I missed your name, sorry.
Shane Riley.
That's one of the best events in the county every year, so.
It's grown. Used to be those guys going around every little fireworks stand in the county, buying up all they buy and run around out there lighting them to where we are now. Just hit a button on the computer and they fire. So, it's good stuff. Thank you guys for your time.
Thanks, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
Anybody else? Come on up.
Good morning. How are y'all today? Good. I'm the Assistant Chief of Galesburg Fire Department. My name is Dalton King. I have been with the department a little over 7 years. I finally got to the Assistant Chief position. And I would like to touch with Mr. Riley for a second. The true definition of the difference of a career and volunteer fire department is the first word, volunteer. I have been a career firefighter for the past 5 years. I do currently work at Denison Fire Rescue. And to see the true difference from the department of the volunteer and the career would be the volunteer aspect. They're not the guaranteed money. We do not have all the true funds. We rely on state funds. We rely on 100% of fundraisers and grant money. As we've been brought up today, the amount of money that we have requested would tremendously help us overall with the small increase of the per run and also the increase of our yearly contract. As you may know, with all the increased call volume, especially Galesburg, we have had I believe we're at a 5% increase on calls up to this year already. And it is starting to take a toll on our equipment. especially for us. We have been putting in grants for the past few years to receive a new grant fund for our tanker because she is on her last leg. We're hoping this year. We haven't received any information back. It's one of those no news is good news at this moment for the FEMA grant. But as we are still waiting, the amount of money that we have requested is going to affect us, especially with that match grant, because I do have the information here. It has, over the past 3 years, the increase of trucks, they have doubled. I don't know if anybody's taken a look at that. Tanker truck from 2 years ago was approximately 600,000. Now they're looking at 800,000. So any help that we could get is going to be beneficial. The numbers that Mr. Riley gave are accurate, and if there's any questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just same thing, just about everybody has fundraisers throughout the years and everything.
Yes.
You know, Calsburg's is also a very good one, and they depend on the support from us in the county out there, so do what you can to support the fire departments when they have their fundraisers.
Yes, sir. Ours is the first Saturday of October. Also, we do have our own fireworks show. It's a complete free event. We don't charge anything. We do have a small raffle that we had items donated. Ours is this Saturday, and we will be shooting off at approximately dark. So, thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
And the shameless plug, but I mentioned it, that the capabilities that they have, all of our fire departments have developed, you know, over the years, and every bit of that, more capable is more money. I mean, the going now where they're, almost all of them can actually pack out and have the appropriate bunker gear to do an interior attack. That's no small feat, and all of that just costs more money. And they're doing the job. They're trying to do the work and bring that capability to our residents. And you know, I always think about it when I'm out there in the middle of the night that, you know, I'm paid to be here, and they still got to get up and go to work in the morning. So we really appreciate them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith, don't you have anything to say?
Love the word.
He's gotten too old to talk.
Well, you can hardly hear him too when he gets up to speak, so. Thank you guys, really do appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Bye-bye. District Attorney.
Good morning. John Warren, District Attorney. The only budget change is in subscriptions, which is 001476390. It is increasing from 6,300 to, we're asking 20,000. That is because of the contract that we signed with Axon in November. It is about $12,000 a year. We had to switch as we presented to the commissioners that because of our CJIS compliance. Box was going to be $25,000. That's what we were using currently. So we had to switch to Axon, which is $12,000. We did sign a 5-year contract. As far as everything else, it is the same as the 2025 budget.
Why do you have 200 in bonds?
200 in bonds. I don't think we need that. I don't think we are gonna, I'm not sure.
Because your elected official bond was paid for this year. That's good for 4 years.
Yes,
So you shouldn't need,
I shouldn't.
and notary bonds are good for 5 years, 5 or 7.
Okay.
So I don't,
Yeah, that's fine. We can
Okay.
zero that out.
Anybody else have anything for the district attorney?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Veteran Service Officer.
No crowd.
Huh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Cortez. I'm the Cooke County, Texas Veteran Services Officer. My budget also remains unchanged. I want to point out that I do have some training scheduled, two conferences, and I do have travel that's continuous. Veteran Services Department covers a lot of different issues. You may not want to hear this stuff, but we're here, so why not? My bread and butter is surviving spouses. It's what I really enjoy doing. That means that when a veteran passes away, the surviving spouse comes to see me, and I facilitate all her financial issues, i.e., she could get a veteran pension, a spouse's pension after the death of the veteran. Additionally, we do all the funeral arrangement and or ordering of the headstone, footstone honors, and et cetera. That's a small part of all of it, though. In addition to that, Veteran Services handles compensation disability claims for all the veterans in the county. That means any injury incurred while in the military, they will be compensated for if the injuries continue on to this date. A lot of them do. Most veterans fire weapons, so they're going to have a hearing loss, which is going to be compensated with the tinnitus ringing in your ears. You probably hear it now. Additionally, that's a 10% rating, which starts out at $170 a month that the veteran will receive for the rest of his life with medical benefits. Additionally, if the claim should go to 100% for lots of different reasons, and our elderly veterans to date receive 100% disability in a lot of cases, more recently than lately, and that's a monthly rate of $4,000 a month. So we're changing lives around the county by offering these compensations and pensions and benefits for veterans, along with the free hearing aids, which are $6,000 to $7,000, and et cetera, and all the services, medical services, for free. The spouse also, if you have a 100% disabled veteran, will get a free insurance plan, which is called Champ VA, that they are able to use a PPO out in town, and et cetera. There is, for low-income veterans, there's pensions available. If they're not making very much money, i.e. about $3,300 or less a month, they can get a veteran pension and be able to help to subsist their living, and or if they're homeless, the VA will assist them in finding housing and some funding, and if they can't pay their bills, assist with paying their bills, electric, car payments, insurance, etc. There's just a huge multitude of benefits available. Interestingly enough, right now I'm working on a file that we have what's called a veteran that's in jail. He got jailed for mental health issues, and the county is trying to get him out of going to jail for trespassing, criminal trespassing, because he got more mental health issues and wandering around issues. So we're working with the VA, the JPs, and the court to try to get him into the VA system so that we don't have to leave him in jail and or send him to prison for a mental health issue, even if it wasn't occurred while he was in military service. Veterans are missing their records. We can get their records for them. If they have the Vietnam veterans, they're slowing down. We're getting very, very few more of them coming around because they're either taken care of and or they've got the benefits they need and or they're dying off. I think we have 2 living World War II veterans in our community, unless you know of any more. Korea War veterans are hard to find also, but they do come around. I still have Vietnam veterans, not very many, and they're slowing down. The most of the population coming into the Veteran Services Office is going to be your OIF, Iraqi Freedom and or Afghan or Kuwaiti, and now with PAC Act and all the burn pits and et cetera that's causing all respiratory issues and or cancers, they're coming in frequently as well, with mental health issues as well, of course. We set up all the mental health appointments for post-traumatic stress disorder and/or what's called MST. A lot of that's coming up now. Military sexual trauma, these males or females that were abused in their military time, getting them the help that they need. And ironically, although I'm a compensation guy, I go after money for these folks. I just really enjoy putting money in their pockets. Somehow, when they come back and thank me for what's going on, the byproduct is the fact that they're thanking me for the mental health part of it, which has confused me a little bit. But it's part of the program is, wow, you're getting better. And I'm looking for, compensating them. But the mental health treatment does really, really help these folks out a lot. Appointments are available to veterans outside of the VA system now. They can use what's called community care if they live more than 40 miles away from a military hospital. And that's us. So they can use local doctors in the area, and et cetera. We're getting a lot of phone calls from a lot of different places. And there is no veteran issue that's not being handled in the county. If it's got a veteran involved in it, or a veteran family member involved, they're getting help. When I started out, in 2017, the county brought in direct expenditures, cash funding to veterans and or medical funding, $16,469,000 rather. FY22, I'll just go back a couple years, went to $25,088,000. 2 years ago, $20,000 in 2023. The Veterans Services of Cooke County brought in $28,550,000. This year, I don't have my expenditure back, but I assure it's over $30 million coming into the county easily, closer to $31 million that comes into veterans for direct expenditures and assistance provided to them. Are there any questions? I got more.
Thank you for what you do.
I'm a lucky guy. I get to do stuff that I like to do. Whenever you're helping out people, it's a blessing. And so I do enjoy it. And there's lots of people in the county that are really, really, their lives have been changed by the VA. So I enjoy continuing to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Have any questions?
I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Go Air Force.
Lower my voice?
I said go Air Force.
Go Air Force. I agree. Without the Air Force, we never would have gone anywhere. So, and especially now.
Good show this weekend.
Wonderful show. Wonderful show.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Okay, we're ahead of schedule. Does anybody need to take a break, or do you want to just keep going?
I'm gonna make sure that back air is on. It's hot. Anybody hot?
I'm with Elizabeth. I am too. You and the sheriff are always hot, though.
I'm just glad the fan's blowing right here. I can feel this. Is it blowing on? Ain't turning.
Are we doing a break or not? I didn't stop it.
Are we breaking or not? No.
It's up to y'all. What do you want to do?
I just soon keep going. Get it.
Let's go.
Be great.
Give Adam a
Got
minute.
your temperature
I'm good.
adjusted?
I'm all right. I'll make it.
All right, then. Ag Extension would be next. Angel, take it away.
Good morning. So, our budget this year, we've asked for a few small changes. Last year, I know some difficult decisions were made and there had to be some cuts. And I understand that, but what we are requesting this year is to increase our 4-H conference line back up to the $2,500 that it was at. It was lowered to $2,000. And with our 4-H program, there is quite a bit of conference travel for that program. And so that we would ask that that be brought back up, with the understanding that a lot of our travel in our office is done during the summer months. So our current budget status may not truly reflect our full year because we do a lot of different things during the summer months. The other change that we request is we have 2 aging computers in our office that need to be replaced at a total cost of $1,200 through our cost share program. So how that works is the county contributes. I believe, like currently right now, or at least last time I checked, it was around $550 per computer. Those are notebook computers that we dock into a docking station at our desk, which we already have. One of those computers has already crashed once and been restored, but told it's on borrowed time. And the other one's having issues as well, so we need to replace those at a total cost of $1,200. I padded that number just a little bit because I didn't know what the tariffs were going to do, so just to account for if there's any changes in pricing due to tariffs. And so our total requested increase for our office is $1,700.
We just sent you a new agent. What more could you ask for?
Well, he's needing a new computer, so.
Now, see, that's what happens. We send you a new agent right away.
He needs a new computer.
Costing us money. Okay.
So his is having a few issues. It's actually mine that crashed, and it did an update, and it did an automatic update, and it didn't like that one bit.
Why don't you bring him today? Where's he?
Him and Phyllis are both doing validation, steer and heifer validation for major shows. So.
All right. I know we're all anxious to meet him, and most of us have, but.
He's been in the office for a week and a half now.
Right. All right. How long did we go without an agent?
I believe it was 2 years.
2 years. I know a lot of people have been grateful that we have one. Anybody else have anything for Angel? And we talked briefly yesterday, or was that Monday? So, anybody else have anything for Ag Extension? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is court compliance.
Hello. I have not requested any changes to my budget. So, have any questions?
Nothing, huh? Not a thing.
Not a thing.
We like that. That's great. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Shannon? If not, thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I doubt that Brandy has any requests either, so. That's what I was getting to just a minute ago when
So good morning.
Morning.
Can't see, so give me a minute. Okay, so, my voter certificates, it went up because this year is mass mail out. So it does cost a little bit more during mass mail out years. Office supplies went up a little bit because we need envelopes and things like that to mail these out for mass mail out. I believe subscriptions, I had to go up, was it 52? I think what you sent me to go up to.
What is it?
My subscriptions with that RVI, it went up this year too. I think I got it at 4052.
17, 16 according to their
Yeah, and I had 1650 in it, so I believe it's 4052.
So we need to change it
Yes, please.
to how much?
$4,052. Mileage stayed the same, conference stayed the same. The bonds went down because of course I just need it for my employees this year. The due stays the same. And then under the miscellaneous, I am asking for 4 new desk chairs for my employees. We got 3 last year, so I need to replace the other ones. If for some reason we don't get an EA this year, I am asking for one of my clerks to be reclassified as a voter specialist. All the rest of my clerks get paid $37,919. I'm asking hers, or Catherine Baker, to be reclassified as the voter specialist and her salary to be increased to $42,000. Reason is that she is third in command. That salary is between the regular clerks and my chief deputy. She's third in command. She has to know all the duties, all the laws, all the statutes, everything in that office, but she also has to learn the voter part of it. And anybody can tell you that she is my voter person. She's my go-to person. She knows everything about it. I actually ask her questions for it. I'm not ashamed of that. It's just that I have other duties that I have to take care of, so she takes care of all of that. So I am asking y'all to consider that for her if we do not get an EA. And then the nice topic of an EA this year. I think it's very beneficial for the county, for all of our voters to have it. I've said before how it is in 2 separate offices. It's very confusing for the voters. It's very confusing for the judges when they call. You know, they'll call and ask me a question. I can answer one part of it, but then they have to hang up and call Pam. So if it's just in one office, it would be very beneficial for everybody. Do you have any questions so far about the EA part?
I did one. How many registrations did you say that you had, that you did per day? Wow, it's amazing.
How many?
3 to 4 dozen a day.
A day.
That's DPS, that's, you know, address changes, cancellations, and they do have to be done in a certain amount of time. We have to get those done.
This probably isn't a fair question, but if we did somehow miraculously get an EA, would you be switching to the EA side of the house or staying with you, or?
That would be up to her if she would like to go to that. I know that in the past I had said that I would give up 1 employee
Right.
for that.
Right.
I think she would be an excellent EA in my opinion. I mean, I know you didn't ask that part of it, but
Right.
she would be an excellent one. I know last year y'all said that, you know, if we didn't fund it last year, maybe this year. And I know that y'all have said that, you know, the funds aren't there this year, but I think it's very crucial we get one. I guess my question to y'all is, what is it gonna take to make y'all understand that we need one in this county badly?
Well, I think we understand, Randy.
I mean, you've got 25 plus years experience with elections between the county clerk and myself. So, and we both know that we need this in this county. So what is it gonna take?
Yeah, I don't think the issue is us understanding that that it, whether it's needed or not, or anything like that, it's, as usual, it's funds and can we afford it more than anything else, but, I for one certainly see the need for an EA. You sold me.
But that's it. Oh, I am asking for a 3% raise for all of my employees. I think all of the county employees deserve it. My employees especially. Any questions?
So I talked a little bit yesterday about that new House bill. I don't have none of that with me right now, but how that's really gonna affect the entities. Can you talk a little more on that? Can I ask her to do that?
So, I mean,
For the entities, what's gonna affect them having the 12 days?
yes, having the 12 days that they will have to work, that's, you normally consider it early voting, but it just goes straight into voting day. I don't know how they will do, they will
I didn't know
handle
if I
that.
explained that good enough to them yesterday, how
Yeah.
that transition from that to the next, or how they're gonna do that, how they're gonna mark off their voters, because they just have the sheets, they don't have a computer
Right.
system, right?
Right, and
Basically, it's just gonna be a 12-day voting
Yeah.
season. I
Yes.
mean, it's not,
And they need 2 or 3 days to get ready. It was hard for them this last election, right?
Mhm.
I know you took more of the calls about that, not getting marked who had voted early, and they had time to do that. They're not gonna have time to do that anymore, correct?
Correct,
I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that House bill correctly.
yes. And, that's the other thing is when, we have these May elections, I know that the county doesn't run them, but we have to be there. For instance, and they choose their hours. We don't choose those hours. So, I've talked to you about it before, about having to work those Saturdays, Sundays, till 7 at night. We lucked out this year with I forgot what it was called. It was another mud, but they didn't have any, voters. But their election was gonna be like from 5 to 9 PM each night, which would have caused us to have to work. But luckily, we didn't have to this time.
For 1 or 2 voters.
A little no mud.
Yeah.
And then we had another runoff with the city of Pilot Point that we had to work just because, we have a few voters in the county, so that requires the voter registration office to be open.
did y'all say once that the EA can dictate the time?
They would run the elections, and then like our early voting time is usually 8 to 6.
But they would control that?
They set the time, yes.
So,
And we control the locations. That was a big thing this last May, where voters had to go to 2 different places to vote. That will not happen if the county's running it.
Right.
We're gonna use the same locations we use in our primaries most of the time.
That was the deal, the entities had made the call, because we didn't have an EA to overrule it.
Correct, because we're not running the election. And I can tell you several voters who came up to the door to vote because they thought that voting was taking place in the annex. And then when we had to tell them where they had to go, I'm not going there, I drove all the way up here, I'm just not gonna vote. They're not gonna drive from Callisburg to the Civic Center to vote for 2 different things.
Got a lot of complaints.
Lots
And
of
then they were
complaints
mad
about
because the
that.
stuff wasn't on our website. Well,
We're not required to do that, and we get requests for voting history for the entities from different agencies, but we're not required to keep that history. They have to call the schools or whoever runs those elections for the entities to get that. Whereas if we had an EA, we do have that voting history, and we could give that to them, but we're not required to do that right now because we don't run them.
I was trying to explain to him yesterday too, I don't know if you read that House bill the same, where they have to now post on their websites the results by precinct, by type, and they're not able to do that because they're not putting
Because
in
they
the
don't
program,
have- right, they don't
right?
have that.
Did I read that right? I
No,
was
that's
making sure I
correct.
read that right. So I don't know how they would do that. That's why they are doing them resolutions so much now, really pushing it.
you said that, several of them had said that they would willing to help pay, but there's not.
Yeah, can you speak on that, how that works? How they say they will fund, but really the only
They're
funding
not
would be-
they're not funding the salary, they're just paying us for, they're contracting with us to run the elections. So, and I believe you said it's about 10% that we keep,
Yeah.
Right, but I've had several of them
And talked to
say
Shelley
that-
yesterday. Oh, go ahead.
Well, the 10% goes into a special fund to repair the equipment. I've got on my listserv and asked for the counties that don't have an EA, but they contract with the entities, and they've sent me samples of their billing, what they send out. And so, I've been sending those to Pam.
Yeah.
So we could contract with the entities and run it and handle it, and that way all of the requirements as far as posting by precinct and percentages and all that would be taken care of. And in conversation with an auditor right now, I said, also don't forget your tax assessor for voter registration issues that they have to be on hand during the whole election. So even they're not thinking of all the costs either.
Yeah.
of what they should be charging them.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't charge like for what hours my staff works, but if we're running the May one, we'll be able to, because if we're not having an election, we can charge that. We can charge rent on the machines. Right now, I don't really charge rent on the machines, but we can if we're, so there's a lot of expenses that if we're running that May election and we're not having an election, that we can pass on to the entities.
So that, if we don't have anything on the ballot, then that would be all of y'all's time for the whole
Right.
election.
Yeah, I never thought about that until Shelley sent me that yesterday, so yeah. a
And
lot
then
of
we can
expenses.
even do the, cost allocation percentage would be like HR's time for processing your timesheets in my office and the treasurer's office.
Yeah, so much.
And that, because that's what I include on the cost per day for inmates, is, cost allocation for IT and maintenance and,
So
you know,
much, yeah.
and that covers like electricity, you know, all of that. So,
So much more.
so you get your actual costs.
But can we, I've had a couple of them ask me, where they said they would be willing to contribute to the salary. Can that, is there any way to have a contract if we had an EA that we could charge the entities so much every year to help cover the salary, or?
I hadn't found anything on there, but did you
And-
ask?
But I
the
think
sec-
didn't y'all mention this yesterday, I'm not sure, that like not all entities have an election every year,
Right.
so I'm
I
not,
think,
see
yeah,
how
I think
that
that's why
works.
there's
That's what I,
not a statute. I wish they could, and I know they're willing to.
know.
They're all willing to pay.
Well, and one other thing, an EA would be responsible for, poll workers and training and all of those things too, right? Take that away from
Oh,
your
yeah.
responsibilities, that'd free up a
well, y'all
lot.
wouldn't have anything to do with it, would you? I mean, it'd be
No.
totally,
Yeah, good on them. I don't know that, it's still even confusing. I see on the listserv where some county clerks, they have an EA and they are confused. Do I do this because it says county clerk? So, we would have to figure some of that out. But most of them come back and say, no, that's, once you get an EA, that's their responsibility. So like posting, and, I would still probably post on our board downstairs. There's a few things that the county clerk would probably still do, but yeah, all the training and all that would definitely be on them. And I'm here this year to help them do that, or next year to help get that transition.
We're gonna have to sit down and close the doors and get the pencil on it.
Yep. Does anybody have anything else for,
Questions, comments?
yes, ma'am?
Just like to point out the timing of hiring an EA, creating that department, because to really be able to do that before, like November's constitutional election, before you start the March primaries, and then you go to November elections, like you would really need someone to be able to be trained, to be able to go through a couple of what I would call like easy elections, to be able to go through that and kind of get the feel of it before you start the primaries and the big November elections, before you get your presidential elections.
Are you interested in the EA position?
I have been.
I would just guess that an EA would probably need to be put in place when the next budget year starts, like the 1st of October or something like that.
You couldn't get anybody hired.
Pardon?
You can't get anybody hired and set up in
Set
time
up.
for the November election for that.
No, well,
That's what she's saying.
oh, I understand, but this November is just the
Amendment
filing. It'd be a year from November before we had,
This November's constitutional amendments.
oh, constitutional amendment. Okay, I got you.
You'll have primaries in March, don't you?
Do what?
Primaries in March?
Yes.
Primaries in March.
But I do hate when they say, oh, it's only a constitutional amendment election. That's an easy one. You still do the same work. It still takes the same amount of time, same hours worked. It doesn't really change anything. Yeah,
Right.
you might not have as many ballots to count on central count on election night, but all the rest of it's the same amount of work.
Jason had a good idea. I think we need to, might add that on to the,
Well, whenever we get back together to actually talk about the budget, not just doing these hearings, we needs to be one of the things we hash out. And I don't mean close the door, close the public at it. I mean, we need to talk about it as us.
I'm gonna see if anybody has an election administrator, anybody, if any of their entities contribute to
Yeah.
the salary.
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
We need to know that too.
And if they do, is it by interlocal agreement or, you know? Because any city can say, yeah, we'll contribute and then not budget it.
Yeah.
You know?
Any other questions? for
I
me?
don't have any, Randy. Anybody else?
Okay, well, thank you all very much.
Thank
That's all I got. Okay, well, Shelley, you've already briefed yours, and I've already briefed mine. Did you have anything else on yours, or, okay, nor do I. I started to say maybe we could get these others in and still get them before noon, but I don't think so. Why don't we take a break right now for lunch at,
You don't wanna try and get Daryl over?
well, we still got the outside agencies on top of that, so I thought about that, but if we, you know, if we could get both of them in here before,
Oh, you can't get the outside
I don't
agencies
think,
here.
yeah. So, I was thinking, let's go ahead and break for lunch right now at 10:56. And, let's be back here for the afternoon by, well, 2 o'clock. Let's make it a little earlier than that, about 1:50. Something like that, break for lunch. Anybody have anything else before we?
2 or 150?
1:50.
Tell IT to be here 150.
Gotta make sure Jason gets here.
Okay.
At what time?
1:15 for you, yeah. Okay, 1:50, see you back here then. We're gonna break for lunch at 11:50, or I'm sorry, 10:56. Do I hear a we don't need a motion, we're just gonna break. All right, any questions?
I did ask,
we're gonna call this session back into order here at 2 o'clock. And we're gonna start off with Brother Darrell from Information Technology.
Is your other brother Darrell here too?
Yes, sir, and Larry.
And Larry too?
That's right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I appreciate y'all inviting me to speak today. For the fans at home, I'm Darrell Hober, IT Director for Cooke County, and I'd like to start by complimenting my IT team, Deanne Black and Christian Martinez. They work hard. I think everybody likes them, and everybody's happy to see them show up to solve a problem or answer a question. So, got a great team, and we're trying very hard to keep up with our work. That being said, we're falling behind a bit. It's pretty hard to keep up with the amount of work that we've got. Law enforcement support is increasing, so that's taken more and more of Christian's and my time because we have knowledge of how to work on those law enforcement things. Christian and Deanne also work on desktops, scanners, printers, pretty much everything else. So in your packet, I've given you 2 options for additional employees in IT. You've got a technician position that you could consider. You've also got a part-time clerk that you could consider. I'm not asking for both, of course, hoping for one of those positions to help us get a little bit caught up. For example, we have a project on the workbench right now where we're trying to replace all 13 computers in the library. We've been trying to get to that for 4-ish months. So finally now that's started running. The reason for that kind of thing is when we get a call that somebody says, I can't work, that pretty much immediately becomes priority 1. And it's hard to get to those replacement projects. The computers are still working, but they need to be replaced. They're 5 and 6 years old. We do try to get 5 years out of computers now. Just keep those working, and most of them do last that long. They start slowing down, and people report problems. So we try to replace them at 5 years. But that library replacement project is on our workbench now, and I wish we could have gotten to it faster. But anyway, with all that, I'm asking either for a new technician or a part-time clerk. What I'm imagining here is if we had another technician, we could keep up with those requests faster and hopefully free up a little bit of my time to plan for improvements. I'm part of the field team right now, and that doesn't leave me much time to plan for improving security, thinking about new things that we need to do, stuff like that. So I'm hoping you'll consider another technician for the department. The other option that I have for you is a part-time clerk. Thinking, pivoting a little bit to a different way to solve this problem. I thought that maybe if we had a clerk, someone that could answer the phones, deliver toner, do stuff like that, that would take those non-technical jobs away from Christian, myself, and Deanne, and save the money, save the county money, essentially, because you're not wasting technician time to deliver toner. I'm not complaining about delivering toner. I think centralized toner is fantastic, and it's the way to go, and it's been working pretty well. That's just an example of what we could give to a less expensive employee, I guess is the way to put it. So you have those 2 options in your packet. Hope you would consider one of those. I'd like to talk with you about my budget numbers. That's the grid. The cell phone allowance, I've increased that slightly in case you do go with that technician position. If you go with the part-time clerk or neither of those, we won't need that increase in the cell phone allowance. Going down my list, all of the numbers for this next fiscal year are the same as the current fiscal year until you get to computer maintenance, line 455. You'll notice that there's a $10,000 increase on that. I'd like to explain that. That $10,000 covers the projected increase in the cost of our net data software. Net data is what we use to keep our financial records, our payroll, our court records, pretty much what we run the county on. So the
the company says we're looking at about a 12% increase on that cost next year. Yes, you did. As a matter of fact, I have that here with me. So currently we pay about $109,000 a year for that, and it looks like it's going up to $122,000, $23,000. So that's something of an increase, and that's why I've increased that 455 line like I did.
I was mad when my personal QuickBooks went up $10 a month.
Yeah. Yep. It's a considerable amount, but
I was mad when my QuickBooks went up 120 a year.
Yeah. We literally run everything in the county with it. It's very important. I did a little bit of math, and just because I thought it's interesting, right now our spend is $298 per day to run the county. And I think that's a pretty darn good deal compared to some of the more expensive packages out there that the big counties use. So, but we are looking at an increase for that, 12%-ish. You can also see down in line 570, I've got $50,000, and that's all the money that I would need if you approve all the projects that I'm going to present to you here in a minute. So that $50,000, don't be scared by that. That's if you check yes on every single thing. And I hope you will. But anyway, so moving along to that projects list, that's the grid that looks like this that's in your packets. The first item is Ninja One patch management software. I'll let y'all get to that place so you can follow along. I've been asking for a couple of years for patch management software. What that means is it lets us centrally control when the computers get updated. Right now, we just let them update when they update. The problem with that is sometimes the user can say, I don't want to reboot right now, I'm going to wait. And then the next day, they say, I'm going to wait. And the next day, I'm going to wait. What this software will let us do is control when that happens. So they can say once, I'm going to wait. But tomorrow, oh no, you're going to update today. So it lets them have a little bit of flexibility. If they're in the middle of something important, they can put it off, but they can't put it off forever.
Can you set it where to do it at night?
Yes, in fact. And I've been encouraging people to leave their computers on overnight so those updates happen. But it's hit or miss. Sometimes the computer will reboot itself overnight and everything works great. Sometimes it just doesn't decide to do that. So while that's important and that's a want, for the law enforcement side, it's a requirement. We absolutely have to have it for our law enforcement computers. We don't have to have it for our non-law enforcement computers. But the price difference it's not a lot different to do the entire county versus just the law enforcement ones. On my sheet here, I talk about the FBI CJIS security policy. That's Criminal Justice Information System. Basically, that policy that all of our law enforcement computers fall under says agencies shall monitor devices to ensure their patch and update state is current. We can't do that. We can't comply with that right now, and we need this software to do that. So that's about $4,900 per year. If we did only law enforcement computers, it would be $2,500 per year. So you can do your 50 law enforcement computers, or you can do your 250 computers for the entire county, and you can see the price difference. I would love to have that for the whole county. That would be super helpful, and we need to get there. So, moving on to number 2, I was suggesting if you do go with the part-time clerk for my office, we also implement work ticketing similar to what maintenance has. I would like to pair that administrative clerk with a work ticket system. So if we get a phone call that's not an emergency, okay, we put in a work order and we get to that as soon as somebody's free. It's similar to what maintenance uses, but this is more geared to IT. It lets us keep track of what computer had a problem and how many times it had a problem, stuff like that. I think those two together would be useful.
if we do go with the technician, I'm not saying we have to have the ticket system, but either way. So that's an option that you could take advantage of, and that's about $1,500 per year to keep track of that stuff. Moving on to number 3, I would like it if we can continue with our program of doing Adobe Acrobat updates. We're almost finished with updating all our computers over the last 3 years to the newest Adobe Acrobat. The problem that we have is we have computers running the 2017 version, even a few running the 2009 version that don't get security updates anymore. And those, for the most part, still work, but we need to get them to the point where we can get security updates on those computers. Cost for that is $99 per year per computer, and we have about 20 remaining, some in our juvenile probation office, some in our sheriff's office, even some in the courthouse. So we do need to do that. I think we ought to spend that money to wrap up that upgrade project that's been going on for a couple of years now. Number 4, something that I'm working on, and I still need to discuss this at more length with the sheriff's office staff. Right now we're paying $10,000 per year for cloud storage. Not only for them, but we had to add more for their needs. So the county has this cloud storage as part of our Office 365 subscription already, but we needed more space, so we're spending that $10,000. I want to talk with their staff about moving them to a different cloud storage that's much, much cheaper, and we get lots more storage for it. So that's something that I want to work on, and I need to spend more time on. I just put it in here so that you would have it in your head that we need to move for them. I'd like to keep all the downtown offices on the thing that we have currently, drop the $10,000 a year cost, and go with this other option that's $2,200 or $4,200 a year. They have a lot of storage needs over there with their evidence video, their photos, all that kind of stuff. So I want to continue working on that in the next budget year. Those are the main requests. After that are optional things that I just want to keep on your mind in case you ever want to do them. We could put digital signs in the courthouse entrances, and I have amounts for that. We could also put those in the bank entrance if we ever go and set up in that building. Then the last 4 items are what we would need to outfit the bank if we occupy that building. The wired networking, where you plug your computers in and you get internet. The Wi-Fi network, security cameras, and magnetic door locks. So all those things will be important if we go over to that bank building. So those are all the projects. 1 through 4 are the urgent and important ones. 5 through 9 are the kind of optional, keep it on your mind ones. Any questions so far about those things? I know I've went through them pretty rapid fire. Okay. Let's see. Next thing. So that brings me pretty close to the end of what I have to say. I do want to also voice my support for an election administrator position. I spend several days a year working with Pam testing voting machines, and I see how much time and effort it takes for her. Maybe it takes me 3 or 4 days per year to do all the testing that's required, and she's running around a lot. She's helping me and kind of pointing me in the right direction in case I have to talk to the tech support people for the voting machines. But I would definitely offer support for that election administrator position. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Do you have the capability and the equipment to video a interview, for instance?
Do I? I don't really have like movable equipment other than what's here in the courtroom. If we did something like that here in the courtroom, sure, we have 2 cameras that we could use for that. But do I have something I can take and set up in another room in the courthouse? Not easily.
Like my office, for instance.
It would be possible to move the equipment from in here to do that if we needed to. Would be nice to have a portable video set up where we could have a tripod and a camera or a couple of cameras, and I don't think that would cost a lot of money. Under $1,500 probably.
Well, do you have the capability with what you have, what we own right now, to do that?
Yes, we could take our main camera, which is over there, and that's portable and on a tripod. We wouldn't have to move the computer or anything unless we wanted to stream it live. So just to record something, yes, I think we could.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Talk to you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darrell.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Darrell.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's attention.
Brings us to outside agencies, and if I'm not mistaken, Norman, were you here first? Would you like to get up and, let's hear your pitch here.
After that, mine's gonna be pretty short.
That's what we're looking for.
I'm Norman Newton, I'm chairman of the Cooke County Historical Commission. And we have requested $1,655. I arrived at that figure because in today's world, small historical marker was $1,555, and that extra $100 is because that's the initial fee we have to pay when we send it in. This past year, because of your generosity, we did sponsor one historical marker, which was about the Jewish population that was here in the 1920s and so forth, which was a huge population, and we're going to end up with a historical marker in the Fairview Cemetery in that location. It's not there at this time. But what I personally have in mind for this next one that I want us to sponsor is on the Gainesville Owls, a minor league team here in Cooke County, which was here from 1947 to 1955. And this minor league team, even 1 year in their league play, they won the championship in 1951. And it might be a surprise to you, as it was to me, to find out that at the end of that 1951 season, the city of Gainesville purchased the team. Isn't that something? I wasn't aware of that. And of course, where they played was called Lock Field. That's in memory of a lot of people here in this area today. If they ever went to Gainesville High School and played baseball, they played their games there at Lock Field, as well as North Central Texas College. So what I have in mind is not just the Gainesville Owls, but it also include Lock Field, which has a lot of history here in Cooke County. So if you consider to honor our request, that's what we plan. Anybody got questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Who came in next? Was it? Come on up.
I'm Sylvia Cave, and this is Tom Bowen, and I'm the CEO for Texoma Community Center, which is your local mental health authority, and he's my chief financial to make the decision and to do the assessment to determine if mental illness is part of is the primary factor going on. Of course, we'll defer to them for any legal issues, but we have a 99% success rate in the city of Sherman where we started this program of diverting individuals in a mental health crisis out of the jail. And that is a pretty significant reduction of cost to their county. It's so much so that now they all want this program. And it's funding. I mean, the only reason we haven't expanded it across all our counties is that our funding at the federal level has been cut rather than increased. So, which that's the story for everybody, and I understand that. Yeah, for that. Fannin County. Correct. Absolutely.
I'll just talk briefly on a couple of numbers in that. On page 2, underneath the request for funding, you can see the matrix of our services over the last 5 years. And they continue to go up. In 2022, I think there was like a little blip. It went up to 10,000 and it came back down to 8,700, but it's consistently been going up since then. In that. So we're looking at about a 3% increase going into 26 for fiscal 26 and everything. And looking at the dollars per service hour at the far column, 2021, that's about when I started, so I'm using that as a base year. And that's, so I'm trying to get all of our entities up to the percentage per service hour, or the dollar per service hour to that year. And so that for Cooke was $18, what I'm asking for, which would be 58,000, would bring me currently up to 12. Now granted, it could be lower because you get a little efficient. So the dollars per hour might be better than the 18, so we might be able to settle a little lower. But eventually, what I'm trying to do is get up to that base year of $21 per hour. Service hours. Our expenses, which is on the last page of what we submitted, we're just looking at a small increase. Most of it is in wages and that. Just for the fact we know that, the way the federal funding's coming, that's going to be cut down, so we got to make sure we keep our expenses as low as possible as we can do that. So we're not looking for that much more of a increase in the expenses, but we also have to still honor the state requirements for our local matching of the funding that we get from them. And then also this morning I found out part of our performance contract that we have for our local mental health side of the mental health side is the federal block grants that we have in there are most likely going to be decreased. And so anything you guys can give me, I asked for 4,500. Anything you guys can give us, above what last year would just help benefit us keep going forward.
And I think it's important
Thank you. Do what?
Go ahead.
Just, he's gonna have him look at his computer.
Oh, okay.
He's having.
Shelley, there's a CASA and a child advocacy. I thought CASA was child advocacy. No, CASA's a court appointed.
You change your mind? What's this? Just works more too. This thing goes through.
How'd y'all do the other night? Yeah, it was. I was impressed with the live auction. You ready, Matt?
Yes.
Okay. Cliff, did I see you come in next in that group, or who's next? Oh, Nancy, you want to come up?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Judge, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I'm from Stanford House, and we have made, I think, our usual request. And I'm not going to bore you with a lot of things because you know what Stanford House is about. One of the new programs that we implemented this year was a caregiver support group. It's for anybody who's in the position of offering care to a senior citizen, whether they have Parkinson's or dementia or whatever. It's led by a licensed counselor. So as always, we are committed to the emotional, physical, and mental well-being of seniors and their caregivers. So if I could answer any questions, I'll be glad to. Like I said, I think y'all are well aware of what Stanford House does. If I can take off that hat for just a minute and put on a different hat, I'd like to support what Darrell said. I have worked with dozens of counties across the state of Texas, both with and without elections administrators. I highly recommend an election administrator. Okay, back to my Stanford House, and thank you for your time.
got everybody on this deal.
We
Had
were
to put
thinking
my
about,
2 cents worth. Thank you.
well, we were thinking about taking Stanford House funds and putting it in EA.
Well, you could do that. Thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Thank you, Nancy.
Is it Nancy Brand?
Okay, now who? You can't escape this time, Cliff.
Thank you, Judge Roan and members of the court. I'm Cliff Sicking with the Munster Library. We serve the city of Munster area and the surrounding
Thank you, Nancy.
Cooke County.
I'm sorry. I just said, thank you, Nancy.
Okay.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
That's fine. I do want to thank you for your past year's support, and for many years we've received like 13,000. Last year was 9,000. We, like everybody else, things are going up. Most of our costs are fixed, and so we're requesting 13,000 again, which is where we were 2 years ago, and then we're going to also request more from the city of Munster. So most of our costs are fixed. Library manager, the city pays for the water, sewer, mowing the lawn, and that sort of thing, minor repairs. But we still, pay our electricity, our library manager, and he works pretty, like it's costing us about $20,000 a year for him, so not a bad deal. So we're once again requesting 13,000. Our numbers are up, our programs are up, so all in all, I feel like we're doing a good job for the county. Any questions?
Don't have any. Do you have summer programs for kids or?
Yeah, we have summer programs for the kids.
Okay.
And it's always probably the busiest time for the library too. Obviously school are out. And Sacred Heart last year had several programs down at the library, and Munster has in the past few years also. So we stay busy. It's a better time of the year.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Anybody else?
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, Ginger. Can't get away from it this time.
That's okay. Happens every year, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you guys for your past support and for what I'm hoping is continued future support. I know the budget that I presented to you guys is pretty big, so let me give you a little bit of background. As you all know, you have a line item that supports our shelter funding for our victims of domestic violence, and that started in about 2014. Around 2016, 2017, money that was being given to Denton County to serve our children who were victims of crime was moved to us, and we've been blessed with you guys trusting us to support the victims of Cooke County and being able to keep them local. What a lot of people don't know is that in 2011, the agency received a grant to start a sexual assault response program. We call it our SAFE team, our Sexual Assault Interagency Forensic Team. And that's because it is truly interagency. It is the Commissioner's Court, it is law enforcement, it is the hospital, it is DFPS, it is the college, our SANE nurse, our mental health providers, all coming together to support victims of sexual assault. The program has been fully functional since 2013, so victims who used to have to go to Denton or into DFW to receive a SANE exam, or children who had to go to Louisville to receive a SANE exam, get those services right here. And it's a continuum of care. So they can get their exam here, they can have a forensic interview here, they can receive supportive services here. Our issue now is we have been working this program with basically a volunteer nurse. Sharon Forney has been our nurse since we started. We started out with a couple of others, but at this point she's ready to retire. She's been on call 24/7. She only gets paid when she conducts an exam and she bills the OAG's office. At this point, Abigail's Arms feels that it is highly important that the community, the Commissioner's Court, the cities, all of the entities within the county that work together for this program take some ownership and provide funding to help us hire a SANE nurse who would coordinate this program. We're not going to find another Sharon. As much as I love her, I am sometimes appalled at the fact that she has worked so hard for so long with no pay. At this point, we need to hire someone to do this. Not only will it provide direct services to victims of sexual assault, but it also will impact our collaboration with the hospital, who provides 24/7 access to emergency services for those victims, collaboration and training with law enforcement throughout the county to help them provide trauma-informed care
and to give them someone who can respond out and provide that emotional support to the victims. It will impact our ability to give 24/7 trauma-informed support to these victims, follow-up advocacy, expert witness testimony, and then also the potential that the county would be out of compliance with Texas Senate Bill 476, which requires every county to have some form of a SART program. I'm honored that everybody has trusted Abigail's Arms to provide this program to the community. I've applied for grants. I am requesting assistance from multiple cities, from the DA's office, from the sheriff's office, anybody and everybody that I can think of that may be able to take a little bit of ownership. And I figure if everybody takes a little bit of ownership and commits to this program, that we'll be able to raise the funding that we need. But the biggest piece, I'm asking the Commissioners Court to step up and say, we believe in this program, we want it to stay in Cooke County, and we're willing to back that up with funding that will help you continue this program. So that's what my ask is. It's a little above and beyond what our typical ask is each year, and that's the reason behind it. Have any questions?
And it's perpetual.
Say that again?
It's a perpetual ask.
It is, yes.
Have you been to the city yet?
Excuse me?
Have you met with the city yet?
I have talked to Barry and I'm not going to remember his name, the gentleman that I turned all the paperwork in. I'm scheduled to be on one of the city council meeting agendas. The same thing for Munster, Callisburg. I've talked to Lindsay, and I'm going to talk to Valley View.
Okay.
So I've approached all of them. I talked to John at the DA's office about potential for forfeiture funds. Like I said, if you guys have ideas of some other people, I am more than willing to say, can you step in and take a little piece of this? And then we'll put all the pieces together and be able to do what we need to do for the victims of Cooke County.
I suppose you have the list of grantors,
For,
assigners.
say that again.
For assigners,
What about it?
I suppose you have the list of grantors.
As in, I'm not understanding your question. I'm sorry.
Grant
Companies that will give a grant, you have a list.
Of how many different places will give a grant?
Uh-huh.
There's very few that I qualify to apply for. We have applied for at least one, and this wouldn't be the first one we've applied to, from the OVW's office. We do receive SAPCS funds, and that really funds our staff that provide support services for victims. We've looked at several grants. There are grants to start a program, and there are grants to expand a program. And when they say expanding, they mean outside of your service area. There are very few that are there to help support or improve a program that's already in existence. So if you can find grants that we qualify to apply for, I am more than willing to sit down and apply for those grants. I believe in this program wholeheartedly. So I think we have 2 grants out right now. One of them smaller, and they'll fund a whole nurse. The OVW grant that we applied for is a federal grant, and I think they're offering 23 grants throughout the entire United States. So I'm one of, I don't know how many people that's applying for that grant. Any other questions? All right. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, how are y'all today?
You're gonna have to identify yourself.
I'm getting there, hang on.
Okay.
I'm Dora Irwin with CASA of North Texas. I'm the director there. I have submitted a request to you guys. I'm sure you have read it. There's quite a few numbers in there that explain why we're vital to this community and why we're needed. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I think you really need to pay attention to the particular, I think it's the second paragraph, where it discusses the actual cost this would cost the county if they had to hire attorneys during that time period of servicing these children. We service children that have been removed and placed in foster care. We work with families that have court-ordered services. Order to participate, all of those, anything that goes to a judge is eligible to be addressed with CASA. And we have advocates that volunteer. Right now we have 38 children in service and we have 22 volunteers that we manage and take care of. So most kids just assume that the kids that are removed here stay here, and that's the ideal. That's the wish, but that's not necessarily the case. And they're placed with families sometimes, or discipline homes and things like that. So we've got kids that are out of state as well. I spent this morning trying to figure out a flight to Kentucky. So there's a lot of expense that goes into taking care of these guys, but we check on them, we put eyes on them, we follow the standards that are set forth between the state and Texas CASA, and so we make sure these kiddos are okay, and then we go to court and we testify on their behalf and try to help out that way. We talk with the biological parents, foster parents, schools, therapists, just anything that affects that child, including their summer camps. We've worked with summer camps and have paid for summer camps for that. So we have a pretty broad spectrum that we cover, but it's all for the betterment of the children, I think. Does anybody have any questions?
No questions.
Yes, so Dora,
Okay.
good fundraiser the other night.
I hated I was out of town
Thank you.
for it.
Thank you for coming. Yes, it was a good fundraiser. I think everybody had a good time. You missed
think
it,
they did.
Jason.
I know, I was,
We missed you.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was having a good time, but I would have liked to have been there.
Oh, well, we did miss you. And I appreciate you guys always stepping up and helping us and exhibiting our live auction items and stuff like that.
I lost
It
my
makes it
voice.
fun.
That took a lot of work to put that together. Y'all did well.
Did you do the auction?
It did. If you remember or notice, I usually have a little entourage that comes in with me, but they're still at the
They're
office
still
trying to put
worn
stuff
out.
away. Well, they're still washing stuff and putting
Yeah.
things away and packing it back up, so I told them not to worry about it, but
Well, pass on my congratulations, because they did a good job. Betty had a good time too.
well, good, good. I'm afraid our funds were down quite a bit. Our attendance was down quite a bit.
Seemed like it
At
was.
least probably, I'm gonna guess 15 to 20%. But
Well, I
you know.
wonder if the change of venue had something to do with it, because, everybody was expecting it to be in Lindsay, and then ended up having it at,
We moved it.
I'm just wondering if that didn't,
Where was it at?
at the Civic Center.
That's where it's been.
we were scheduled for Centennial Hall and they
Yeah.
canceled on us a week and 2 days before. And so we found the Civic Center was actually open, so we were able to book it and move it. Now, I didn't have anybody tell me that that was a problem or that they
Okay.
didn't want it there, but we booked more people after we got it to the Civic Center. So the
Okay.
Civic Center's the hot spot, I guess. So,
Okay.
and that helped a little bit. But yeah, our funds are gonna be down this year like everybody's, and that's part of it too, is that fundraising is
Well,
down.
was there less, were there fewer items in the live auction than usual?
There were fewer items in the silent as well. We didn't have donations come in like we usually do either.
Yeah.
We did have several that, we called and asked about, and they were like, oh, yes, sure, I just didn't think about it. I didn't realize it was that time of year. And
Okay.
so they would donate.
And
But-
also, did I see a CASA Playhouse out in the parking lot out there?
Yes, you did.
I won that thing, probably been 18, 20 years ago.
Mhm.
The only thing I've ever won in my life, and I won the CASA Playhouse. Now, I'm sitting there thinking, now what am I gonna do with a CASA Playhouse? It's just, I never expected to win it, but fortunately I had granddaughters. And then, for you guys out there, after the granddaughters grew up, they had a wonderful time in that playhouse. My son used it for a deer blind, so
Oh, my goodness.
it worked out, but it was a good thing. And
We
that's still the
actually-
only thing I've ever won in my life. And the other night, this is bad. Betty and I put money in the silent auction. She won 3 things. I won nothing.
Wow, y'all sound like me and my husband.
Yeah, and she still laughs about that. She thought that was real funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, well, it
But-
isn't either.
You remember that playhouse was actually built by the boys out here at the state school?
Yes.
Through a program that they run.
Yes.
So we've had this agreement with them since about a year ago.
Okay.
That they were gonna build this. It's CASA's for CASA.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the different pockets around the state they're trying to get it started, so.
Yeah.
I thought it was a real good thing.
It
They
was.
updated us with pictures, and it was exciting to see those boys really putting their time to good use.
It really was.
But yeah, so we still have to get it unloaded off the trailer, unfortunately. That thing takes a huge forklift, so
I
Joe
know.
Walter's helping us out tomorrow, and they're gonna help us get it unloaded, so. Anyway, any
Okay, any other questions?
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see now. Who? We've got an appointment at the end, so come on down. You're
Members of
welcome.
the court. I'm just, for y'all that don't know me, Justin Hartman, veterinarian at Refinery Road. I'm also a member of the board of directors, the president of the board of directors for Noah's Ark Animal Shelter. Let me see. Unlike the ones before me that were just asking for the same amount, we're going to ask for a little bit more this year, or hope to. A lot of that's related to just increased cost of care for animals in the shelter and increase in numbers of unwanted animals. Currently, I believe the county is paying for dogs that come in from the county $50 an animal, up to $13,000 a year, and we'd like to see an increase of up to $80 an animal, up to $23,000 a year.
Yeah, that number. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
How does that, does that kind of match Gainesville or?
I don't,
No?
I don't, you know, Gainesville, we have, you know, the deal with, you know, the utilities, and it's kind of quite a different arrangement with the
Yeah.
city of Gainesville.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, I guess it's because of all the funding we get from this, kind of almost more of a city shelter, but we
Yeah.
also try to accommodate, you know, the animal population in the county
Right,
as
right.
well. And, you know, the shelter is just always full. I mean, it's always full. And so the numbers that have been coming in from the county have been steadily increasing over the years. Last year it was up to 316 animals that we took in out of the county, and this year it's projected to go over 400 based on where we are so far.
Yeah.
Just you know, we've got an older facility. We've got a lot of critters in there that we're trying to provide humane care for, and there are more coming through the gates every day. Any questions, guys? I don't want to sit here.
I've still got a Noah's Ark dog, but I've got a couple of Basset puppies too that I've been thinking about bringing up there to.
Yeah.
And
We'll
dropping them
charge
off
you
at
double.
your place.
And also remember too that, you know, we try to assess, you know, some, you know, when
Yeah.
residents of the county bring in unwanted animals, you know, we try to get some money out of them too upon drop off. Oftentimes they won't pay anything.
Right.
And
Right.
oftentimes then they dump them out on the road next to the
Yeah.
shelter as well, which.
I wouldn't drop these off anyway. We love
I
the little dogs, but
Because you do know that
I
dumping an
threaten-
animal is a crime, right?
well, not only that, you know, I tell them that I'm going to sometimes.
I
and
see.
They straighten up just
Okay, good.
for about 10 minutes, and then it's right back to.
I got you. Guys, I really appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Justin.
Please consider our request. I mean, there's no doubt that you all understand how inflation works and the shelter is feeling the pinch. So also, if you want to lean on enforcement of some of those dumping laws out in Cooke County and whatnot, that would certainly help, with the unwanted pet population as well.
If you
Thereby
could catch 'em.
improving public safety.
If you could catch them,
Yeah, I know, right?
That's the problem.
I get hundreds of calls a year, can't catch them. That's just me. I'd love to.
Any questions?
No, appreciate you, Doc.
Anything else from me?
Thank you, Justin.
Don't know where to find me,
Appreciate
all
it.
right? I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
You
John.
do. Okay, then. Last but not least, I don't think we have anybody else, do we, Shelley? Is Meals on Wheels last? I mean, the last one we have. Did we miss anybody?
He said,
And as we told Daryl, when you're not first, you're last. There's no money in that fund. There's no money in that fund.
he said 23,000, didn't he?
No, he's 25.
He did say 25, okay.
Yeah. Does that so you can pay your drivers, your deliverers?
Double.
Okay, you're gonna pay me double what I,
We didn't pay last year.
right.
Apparently he's been beating people up. Look at his brick race.
Are you, what?
What's the other guy look like?
I think Kim did it.
I wish I had a good story for that.
Yes,
Would you rather
please.
she come up? You'd probably rather she come up.
Well, it won't make any difference this year.
Yeah, very cool.
I'm gonna tell Betty you said that about those dogs, by the way.
Well, you ought to see her arm.
I'm gonna tell. So my name is Greg Pittman. I'm with Meals on Wheels of Texoma. I always get a better understanding of kind of what you guys go through. Everybody has their hand out. There's so many important services and supports that are critical to a community, and everybody I've heard today certainly represent that group. And we are yet another. Hopefully you all know what Meals on Wheels is. We are we're known as a senior nutrition program that supports the elderly. Our goal is to help seniors age with dignity in their home and never have to be admitted to a nursing home just because they needed a meal.
Yeah, everybody we deliver to is younger than us. So
Well,
what's up with that?
now,
Yeah, go ahead.
disabilities come in a number of different flavors. So my mother tells me. See, that was a joke, but okay. So we, I could argue forever that I think it's the county and city's place to support organizations like ours as the area grows. But more specifically in this case, the real reason we asked the county for money is because of a particular dynamic that exists with the Texas Department of Agriculture. And Texas is unique among all 50 states. We are the only state where our Meals on Wheels Association has successfully lobbied. This was Senator Chisholm years ago, and he and I forget who sponsored that bill with him on the House side, but they adopted this thing called the Texans Feeding Texans Home Delivered Meal Grant Program, and they use surplus, I think oil and gas, maybe revenue or something to that effect, to fund Meals on Wheels programs. And their grant award is kind of cool because it rewards organizations that don't solely rely on government funding to exist. So there are Meals on Wheels programs that they serve exactly the number of meals the government pays them to serve, no more, no less. We are a little bit different. We do accept some government funding, but we raise almost it's an even third. We have 2 government funding sources, and the remaining third we raise through donations, and you've probably gotten our pieces of mail, maybe many of them in the mail, I don't know, but so we definitely accept that that's our responsibility. But because of the way that the grant award works, they only support organizations that try to help themselves through their own fundraising efforts. And what the Department of Agriculture looks at is, did you raise your own money, and did you serve additional meals, and do you have support from your local county? And there's only 2 kinds of funding that they will accept, or that they consider as county funding, and one of them is United Way funding, and the other is county Commissioners Court approved money. And we receive both, thanks to the kindness of this court and to the good folks over at Cooke County United Way. In exchange for the money we ask from you, we generally get a $3 or $4 or $5 match. So for every dollar you give us, we get $3 or $4 or $5 back from the state. So it's a hell of an investment. For say $4,000, we'll get. Actually, it's more than that, isn't it? What is it for? $8. I beg your pardon. $8 back. So for every $1, we get about $8 back. We'll get about a $32,000 grant from Department of Agriculture if your funding is approved. They require a minimum of 25 cents per capita population on the most recent census. I think what we've asked for is a couple of $100 more than that number would warrant, but that's my job, is to try to, if you say you can afford a $30,000 car, I'm going to try to sell you a $35,000 one, so that's what I do. But I would argue that it's a fairly reasonable request. We, of course, we serve Cooke, Fannin, and Grayson County, and I can shut up at any point you want me to, but in case you're interested, 15% of our services go to Cooke County. 12% go to Fannin, and the lion's share goes to Grayson County. But when you factor the population among those 3 counties as a whole, those numbers line up pretty closely with the percentage that Cooke County makes up. I just don't know what to do with that. But Cooke County makes up 19% of the total population of those 3 counties, and 15% of our services go to Cooke County. So there's rough parity there, if that makes sense. Grayson County is 65% of the population of the 3 counties. 72% of our services go there. There is something I've never understood, but in both other counties, there being a couple of percent signs overserved, Cooke County is always a few percent under, and I've always said there's something in the water in Cooke County that I don't know if it's that people are less likely to ask for help here, or that if the churches and civic organizations and neighbors are more likely to give their own help, but to a small degree, a senior here is less likely to ask for help, which makes it all the more important that we have services to offer them in Cooke County.
Are you talking about the delivered meals or the centers?
Both.
Both? Okay.
All together. I'm factoring it all together, yes, sir.
And just broad brush here, how do Fannin and Grayson support?
We get $15,000 from Grayson County. We get $3,158 from Fannin County.
3,158 from
It's a
Fannin.
very specific number, and I just need
And 15,000 from
Grayson County.
And how much do we give meals?
50, I think. And that number tracks too with the other percentages. Gosh, I don't know what else I can say. Other than I don't know if anybody else has presented that they have a matching opportunity, but it is sort of a challenge grant where if we challenge the county to give us we could round up and call it 4,000, Shelley, if that's okay with you. Oh, no. You'll immediately get eight times your investment right back. So thank you for your time. We certainly thank you for your support. Always looking for volunteers. Thank you. Thank you, John, for being a volunteer. And that's all I got. Take a bow.
We still have our meeting.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any questions for Meals? No, that's all right.
No, you're fine.
Nobody had any questions, so you sat down right on time. Okay, anybody have any comments or questions on today's activities? If not, I think we can adjourn at 3:03.
We need a motion.
Motion to adjourn. But when are we gonna get together and talk about all this? What's the plan on that?
I don't know. What do y'all want to do? I think we asked that question yesterday.
Yeah. I know we set a meeting for,
Well, there's a meeting for the 2nd at 10
Yeah,
o'clock,
but
but
need
that's
to-
something else.
need a,
You want to combine it, or?
well, no, I don't know. We just need a workshop to get together and talk about everything. Can't do it outside of court.
No, I understand, but when do y'all want to do it?
Matter to me, I need a week or so to mull over everything. So anytime after that, but
What's the date next
we don't,
Wednesday?
it don't have to be in a week.
Next
We
Wednesday?
got
Well,
some time.
It
Well,
might as
just do it
well,
when
though.
Gary's back probably, so that'd be
Yeah.
after the 14th.
Do what?
So we need to do it when we have a full court, so that'd be after the 14th, so middle of next month sometime or toward the end.
Yeah, and then as soon as he gets back, I guess the following week, a lot of us gonna be in Waco.
What week is that?
21st.
21st.
Yep.
So you want to do it on the 14th then?
Well, let me talk to Gary and see when he's gonna be back and
So Shelley says no.
Have that truth in taxation class that day.
Oh, okay.
That's also an agenda day, so I don't know.
yeah.
I mean, y'all talk about it, and I'm over here right now.
No,
Well, but
let's just,
we kind of need that.
let me talk to Gary and
Okay,
I'll punch it back out.
all right.
Last week in July, 28, 29. Pushing it.
Well, okay, we got the meeting on the 2nd. You're gonna talk to Gary between now and then. We can just decide on the 2nd. We've
Yeah.
got until
Yeah.
anytime before the 14th, don't we?
Anytime after the 14th, I mean.
Say again?
So we've got any time after the 14th.
Well,
14th is our next court.
that's true, but might as well sooner the better.
Gary won't be back till the 14th.
Right.
Oh, okay, well, it has to be after.
Yeah.
Let's let's decide on the 2nd when we're gonna end the meeting. Okay.
That's fine. No
That'll
problem.
work.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Commissioner Snuggs. Do I hear a second? Second, Commissioner Siggins.
Stay here all day.
All right, let's then adjourn at 3:06.